Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 78th Annual All Japan Intercollegiate English Oratorical Contest for the Mikami Cup. It is the start of opening show to admire 10 fascinating explorers. Firstly, I would like to introduce today's 10 explorers. Please welcome them and support their voyage. Speakers, would you check whether your cameras are on? Ms. Maika Ito from Keio University. Ms. Nagisa Imai from Meiji University. Mr. Hayato Kojima from Keio University. Mr. Tenfu Matsushita from University of Tokyo. Ms. Ryoko Matsui from Hosei University. Ms. Arisa Kawamura from Waseda University. Ms. Ako Inoue from Tsuda University. Ms. Rino Kihara from Aoyama Gakuin University. Mr. Koki Nakazawa from Takasaki City University of Economics. Ms. Mizushi Akiyama from Waseda University. Thank you, speakers. You may now turn off your cameras. The opening address will be presented by Mr. Kaede Matsuyama, the president of Meiji University ESS. Mr. Matsuyama, please.
Thank you, Master of Ceremony and distinguished judges. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the 78th Japan Intercollege English Oratorical Contest for the Mikami Cup. It is my great pleasure on behalf of Meiji University ESS. Mikami Cup has the longest history in the All Japan Student Speech Contest and finally celebrates 78th anniversary this year. We are all very proud that Meiji ESS has been hosting such a remarkable speech contest, and we are particularly grateful to all people who've been supporting for this contest. This year's concept is Voyager. Send your record now. Voyager's unmanned space probe was launched in 1977 and continues to fly today. Voyager has two meanings. First, since 1977 was a good year for swim-by navigation, it was only this year that it was possible to survey further afield. Like Voyager, I hope that all of here will cherish their own speeches. Second, Voyager continues to fly in search of what we have yet to see. Likewise, there's no end to the speech. I hope that all of here will try to communicate not only to those in front of you, but also to those you have not yet seen. Today, with the development of SNS, everyone can listen to what people are saying. But how many of us are listening to you? In a society where no one listens to you anymore, what better opportunity to listen to your words than with speech? I'm proud of you for taking up the challenge of this great opportunity of Mikami Cup. Finally, I really appreciate you for attending this contest and I wish to cherish them now, and pursue what you have yet to see, just like Voyager. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Matsuyama. Now, I have the honor of introducing to you the judges and the questioner for today's contest. Judges, would you show up when I call your name, please? Firstly, Mr. Naoki Tamura. He got MBA from University of San Francisco in 2005. He is the All-Japan champion of English public speaking and Toastmasters in 2011, 2013, and 2015. He won the second place in the semifinal of World Championship of Public Speaking held in Las Vegas in 2005 and became one of the top 20 speakers out of 35,000 contestants in 127 countries. With the 20 years of experience in corporate and strategy, marketing, supply chain management, and product branding, currently, he works for an institution for global leadership development. He has been coaching university students and business professionals for developing public speaking, business presentation, and storytelling skills. Secondly, Ms. Caroline Elizabeth Kano. She is from London, UK. She graduated from the School of Oriental and African Studies, University of London, and did postgraduate studies in the University of Sheffield and Hiroshima University. From April 2008 to April 2014, she held the position of visiting professor at Tokyo University of Foreign Studies, since when she has continued to teach the university, Meiji University Nakano Campus, Tokyo Women's Christian University, and Shirayuri University. Her main academic interests lie in the fields of the comparative study of Japanese and English linguistic expressions, in particular within the context of Japanese English literary translation and Chinese English literary translation. And she has also contributed to the compilation of Oleg's English Japanese and Japanese English dictionaries. Thirdly, Ms. Miyuki Kobayashi. She graduated from Tokyo University. She taught English at Saitama Kokusai Gakuin Junior College for 17 years and continues to teach English at her own school in Nakano. Prior to that, she worked for an international telephone company. She's a translator and also a certified facilitator for a self-esteem workshop. She is a member of Aoyama Lunch Toastmasters Club. She won second prize in All Japan Businessmen's English Speech Contest in 1994. She has been a judge for the Churchill Trophy for senior high school students, the Jose President's Cup, Ogawa Cup, and many more. Finally, Ms. Asako Kakuta. She won the first prize in Nitobe Cup in 2006, East Japan Cup, and Jewel Cup in 2007, and Okuma Trophy in 2008. She also won the third prize in Waseda Trophy in 2007. Currently, she is working at Sumitomo Corporation as a senior associate in a metal product business unit and is also a mother of a baby girl. Next, I would like to introduce the elimination judges of this contest. Firstly, Mr. Peter J. Collins. Secondly, Mr. Keitaro Ito. Lastly, Ms. Takami Shiokawa. We would like to express the deepest gratitude. Next, I would like to introduce the elimination judges in Meiji University. In March, we had 2 elimination contests to decide the last speakers out of 16 speakers for this contest. Firstly, Mr. Masaru Otaka. Secondly, Mr. Hiroki Kitazume. We would like to express the deepest gratitude. Next, the Mikami Trophy will be returned by Ms. Kokoro Yamashita. Ms. Yamashita, representing Keio University, was the first prize winner of the 77th Mikami Cup. She delivered the speech under the title of The Invincible Strategy. However, for the prevention of the COVID-19 infection, we have refrained Ms. Yamashita from visiting the venue. Instead, Ms. Sato will take the place. Ms. Kimura is the executive chairperson of the Mikami Cup this year. Ms. Sato and Ms. Kimura, would you come up to the stage? Now she returns the Mikami Trophy. We would like to give her a replica of the Mikami Cup. Thank you very much. We have the special opening movie. Please enjoy. Next, I would like to explain the concept of this contest. The concept of Mikami Cup this year is Voyager, send out your record now. Voyager is an unmanned space probe that was launched in 1977 and continues to fly in outer space. It is an artificial object that has reached the furthest distance from the Earth. It is believed that this actual spacecraft will discover the unknown. A golden record is equipped in Voyager. It was installed in the hope that it will be discovered and decoded by intelligent life forms. This time, we link the speech itself to Voyager and the speech's core to the golden record. And we put two meanings in the concept. The first is to seize the opportunity we have. Voyager was launched in 1977 because the Jupiter and the Saturn was in a straight line that year, and swing by navigation allowed them to go furthest to investigate. In this way, the same speech will never be given twice, and I hope you will cherish the speech that can only be done now and only at the Mikami Cup. The second is a look beyond you. Voyager continues to fly far away, out of the solar system and between the stars, searching for something we haven't seen yet. In this way, the speech never ends, and I hope we will continue to convey the speech to the audience in front of you and also to the people you have never seen yet. These wishes led us to this concept. Voyager, send out your record now. He was born in 1916 and graduated from the law department in Meiji University. He had served as executive director at International Education Center for many years. Particularly, he devoted himself to English language education. He presented the Mikami Cup to Meiji University ESS members. He was also known as a painter, and some of his works are displayed at the White House in Washington, D.C. Then he passed away in 1989. In representing his great achievements in English education, we Meiji University ESS has been holding the Mikami Cup in his memory and opened it to the English language clubs of all college and university in Japan since 1991. Next, I'd like to explain the rules of this contest. If, as usual, we have two parts. However, due to the fact that this contest is held online, and for fairness, we will only carry out prepared speech this year. All speakers will give their prepared speech within 8 minutes. When 7.5 minutes have passed, the timekeeper will ring the bell once like this. When 7 3/4 minutes have passed, he will ring the bell twice like this. If 8 minutes is over, I will announce to close their speeches. After presenting their speeches, there is a question and answer period for 3 minutes. Then let me explain about these time cards. When they have 8 minutes, the time card will be 8. When the remaining time is 7 minutes, the time card will be 7. The cards will change as the remaining time proceeds to 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 30 seconds, and 50 seconds. Again, when 8 minutes is over, I will announce to close their speeches. Let me introduce today's sponsors. This contest is sponsored by 家庭教師のトライ、株式会社シグマライス、株式会社武蔵自動車教習所、一般財団法人日本児童英語振興会、and Meiji University ESS. Lastly, let me introduce today's assistants. The timekeeper today is Mr. Kosuke Mineoka. And I, Yuto Hagihara, Master of Ceremonies. I'd like to conclude the opening ceremony. Thank you. From now on, we will leave the solar system and fly between the stars to discover the unknown. Ladies and gentlemen, let me start the first session. Let me call today's first explorer. The first explorer is Ms. Maika Ito from Keio University. She delivers a speech under the title of Spent Time Alone. Spent Time Alone. Ms. Ito, please initiate your voyage and send out your record.
Sure. Thank you, Master of Ceremonies, Honorable Justice, Questioner, and the Timekeeper. Good morning, everyone. Who agreed with this plan? The leader asks. All of you. You look around. You see many people raising their hands. Without thinking deep about plan, your hands is already in the air. Okay, so what is happening here? There is something bad happening. Yes, the thing is, you agree because many people agree. You make a choice assuming majority is right. You make a choice without having your own belief. Have you ever had the same kind of experience in your real life? Solomon Ash I guess the psychologists prove that if there's a majority pressure, about 75% people can't say to what they believe to be right, even though they realize it. Since life is a series of choices and never turns back like a clock, I feel the strong need to avoid this situation. So today, I'm here to let you know the importance of sticking to what you believe to be right. I hope this speech will become an encouragement for you to believe your own judgment. Well, there isn't a guarantee. The majority is always right. So it means there's a possibility that you will make a wrong choice affected by the majority pressure. If you make a wrong choice in experiment or quiz competition, there is nothing to worry about. However, what if you made the wrong choice which affects you or others? A few months ago, I was in a dilemma. That was when the government had requested to cancel or postpone events considering the spread of coronavirus infection. During that period, there was a plan to go to a non-urgent drinking party with some members. There were people who agreed to postpone the drinking party, but somehow the drinking party was decided to carry out. I got a line message from a friend saying, "It seems everyone will come. Do you want to come with us?" When I got this line, I suddenly thought participating in a drinking party might be the correct answer. Moreover, I thought it might be better to participate in a drinking party if everyone participates, because I had a feeling that I might become alone in the group. When thinking alone, I chose not to go, being aware of the danger and the risk of coronavirus. But when I faced the majority pressure, suddenly I was not certain on my decision. Then, what would happen if you ended up making the wrong choice affected by others? It is you who will take on the consequence of that choice. Let me explain with the coronavirus case, for example. When I had a plan to go to a drinking party, the number of infected people has been increasing day by day. If you go to a crowded area, you have a risk to be infected. Even if you don't have symptoms, you might serve as a source of infection. You might give your coronavirus to your family, friends, and coworkers. You might lose your loved ones because of you. There is a possibility that your choice will become a fatal mistake. It is too late to regret after something bad happens, no matter what your original belief would be. But how would you feel when all people except you chose a different answer? You feel anxiety, you feel scared, maybe you feel as if you're wrong. Then, here's a question I want to ask. What do people fear by nature? That is isolation. This fact comes from the evolutionary advantage, because in the survival, if you stay with the herd, you're safe. But when you're alone, you'll be targeted. By acting like anybody else does, there's no need to worry of being isolated. The reason of conforming to the majority answers comes from the fear of being isolated. In order not to be isolated, people conform to the majority answer. However, when you make that choice, you lose something important. That is your belief. Sticking to what you believe to be right doesn't mean you're isolated, but independent. What you should be fear of is not isolation, but inability to be independent. If you could not make a choice for your own belief, you will live a life swayed by other people, although it is your life. That is why you should take a further step towards independence. Then, how can we become an independent person Don't be defeated by the fear of isolation. In order to trust your own judgment in any situation, spend time alone to think by yourself in your daily life. Because spending time alone is important to organize your thoughts. Bill Gates, who's one of the successful business leaders, spends time alone. That time, what he calls Think Week, led Microsoft alone to Internet Explorer in 1995. When you spend time alone, you will focus on your thoughts without the pressure of other people. Spending time alone gives you the ideas that you have not been aware of and forms your firm belief, which leads you to make the right choice. Turning off the iPhone and comparing the two choices ahead of me. Being different from the rest of the group doesn't matter to me anymore. Rather, I found it useless to take on the consequence of our own choice by making an undesired choice. After coming back to my senses, I finally replied, I really want to, but not this time. Maybe some other time. Thanks to my thinking time, I could choose which I think is right. Still, I'm glad that I can avoid the risk of losing my loved ones by my choice. A human is a rational animal, Aristotle once said. A human has a reason which other animals don't have. Every human has an ability to think by themselves. So my dear audience, please don't go with the heart because you fear social judgment. If you don't have confidence in your judgment, spend time alone to form your firm belief. Let me repeat again. Spend time alone to lead your best answer anytime in any situation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ito. Now, question and answer session. Mr. Tamura, please.
Hello, Maika-san. Thank you very much for your wonderful speech.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, I'm sorry you are not able to participate in the drinking party with your colleague because of the COVID-19 situation. So when you made the decision not to go to the drinking party, do you think that you made the right decision?
Yes, I think that I made a right decision.
Okay. Even though, so did any of your friends who participated in the drinking party got infected with coronavirus in that drinking party?
Luckily, nobody infected the drinking party.
Okay.
Yes.
So, but still, you thought that you made the right decision.
Yes. I think I made a right decision because there, even though there was nobody infected coronavirus, there were still a risk to be infected. So I think I made the right choice.
Okay. I think making a decision, your sense of value plays a very important role. And I'm curious to know that because your friends had the same experience you had, and your friends had the same risk of getting infected you do.
Yeah.
And also, however, you reached the different conclusion, right?
Yeah.
So that is different from your friends' decisions. Why do you think that you made a different decision from your friends?
I think that my friend, the reason why my friends making that different decision is that their priorities is different from mine. My priority is that comparing the two choices, to avoid a risk to losing my loved ones and
Right.
having fun with my friends, I compare these two, and I found that losing my loved ones is I want to avoid losing my loved ones. I made this choice, but some people chose to go to the drinking party because
Mm.
their priority is to having a fun with their friends.
Mm. So you're more like a risk averse and they are risk takers.
Yes.
Okay, so this is the final question. So this is about the cultural difference.
Mhm.
Yeah, you see, I think you're talking about the difference between Western culture and the Japanese culture, because Western culture value individualism, right? Individualism value independence, right? On the other hand, for the Japanese culture values collectivism, right? It's like a group-oriented culture, values personal interdependence.
Mhm.
You know, they value maintaining social harmony, getting along with others, and meeting social expectations. So it seems to me that you value collectivism
Mhm.
instead of individualism. Sorry, you value individualism. Yeah, more like a Western culture. Why do you think that individualism is more important than collectivism today?
I think that individualism is more important because it is important to lead a satisfied life. Um, it might be easier to follow the other people and
Mm.
to um, to protect the harmony, but I think that if you follow the majority, um, you don't make a decision, so you um, you you're not responsible for that choice. So I think you can not learn from it.
Mm.
So I think making your own decision is important to also grow as a person.
Mm. All right, good job, Maika-san. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tamura and Ms. Ito. Now it's the judging time. Let me call today's second explorer. The second explorer is Ms. Nagisa Imai from Meiji University. She delivers a speech under the title of Equity for Equality. Equity for Equality. Ms. Imai, please initiate your voyage and send out your record.
Sure. Thank you, Master of Ceremony and distinguished judges. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Disabled people are not productive in society, so I killed them. In 2016, at a facility for disabled people called Tsukuyama-rien, 19 people were killed and 27 people were severely wounded by a murderer. The problem at the root of the incident was that he was prejudiced against handicapped people. We should not have any prejudice or discrimination against disabled people. However, the reality is quite different, isn't it? Many of you might have had negative feelings about them. Actually, I was prejudiced against people with disabilities. However, my friend made me realize that I was wrong. If I did not realize that, I might have damaged people with disabilities and become a killer. Today, I'm here to share two perspectives which prevent people without disabilities from becoming enemies of handicapped people. I hope my speech bridges the gap between both sides. According to ABA Commission on Disability Rights, all of us have implicit biases, and the biases for people with disabilities are stronger than any other ones for the social group domains like religions, races, and so on. The biases in the bottom parts of non-handicapped people come to the surface into words and actions. Moreover, according to Brian Levin, a professor at California State University, after the biases turn into discrimination, they come to violence and finally genocide. You never know when your actions or remarks might seriously damage someone. When I was an elementary school student, a student who had a mental disability was in the same homeroom. He was always late for classes and did not follow teachers' orders. However, he was never scolded by teachers no matter what he did. I could not understand why he got special treatment. Then I began to stop talking to him little by little and became prejudiced against handicapped people. Through my experience, I found what promotes the biases for handicapped people. It is a feeling of unfairness. For example, people with disabilities get a discount on the transportation fares. Moreover, they get employed companies easier than others. Thus, people without disabilities might have been envious of the services. One day, I said to my friend, "Why are only handicapped people treated well in society? That is not equal to people without disabilities." He said to me, "People with disabilities demand equity, and people without disabilities demand equality. That's why many people, including you, are troubled." When I heard that, my thoughts changed dramatically. Please imagine that 3 people with different heights are trying to peer over a fence. In order to treat them equally, all of them given same size boxes as to stand on to improve their lines of sight. However, this solution would not necessarily help the shortest person see as well as the tallest person. On the other hand, in order to treat them equitable treatment, each person would be given as many boxes as needed to give them clear view over the fence. Thus, it is not truly equitable treatment until the shortest person see as well the tallest person. Using our knowledge of both perspectives, it's time to rethink that supports which handicapped people get are really unfair. Actually, they need more money than others for medical fees, travel expenses to go to the hospital, personal expenses for caregivers, and so on. Moreover, it is difficult for handicapped people to get jobs. They achieve equity for equality, to live with others in society by those considerations. Now, you're already sure about the importance of understanding of equity equity. But how? It is very easy. All you have to do is to remember when you demanded equity and remember how you overcame the situation. I will give you some examples. I am not good at sports. Thus, when I had to participate in relay races, my friends always ran long distance for me. I suppose that was a kind for treating me equitably. Moreover, when you have bad eyesight, you put on your glasses, don't you? Our difficulties are temporary things and do not interfere with our daily lives. However, we must not forget that disabled people do not share that same luxury. When all the people without disabilities understand the significance of equity, the unconscious biases in their mind will not become discrimination. Thus, nobody is hurt, and people live together in harmony, regardless having of disabilities or not. If the murderer realized the importance, many lives may have been saved. All of pieces of a jigsaw puzzle are different shapes, yet all of them are able to fit together. We all are pieces of a jigsaw puzzle. Let's remember to support one another so that we may all have a spot in the jigsaw puzzle. That is our society. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Imai. Now, question and answer session. Mr. Tamura, please.
Right, Nagisa-san, thank you so much for your powerful speech.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So you are talking about equity for equality.
Yeah.
So Nagisa-san, we are living in a society with so many types of prejudice, biases, discriminations. I mean, discrimination against Black people, discrimination against women, discrimination against with dementia, discrimination against disabled people. So this is a fundamental question to you. Why do we discriminate against the people who are different from us?
I see. Like, oh, it's a very difficult question, but so yeah, but I think many people discriminate others because of only difference of us, like culture differences, like colors of skin differences, and also, but I think in my speech, I want to tell you that, like, do you know affirmative actions,
Yes,
like
of
positive
course.
actions? So it is a very big point to for us to when we have discriminate others. So yeah, that thing. So to like for equity for equality, sometimes makes discrimination.
Right.
I think that.
So on the other hand, the Constitution guarantees the freedom of thoughts and freedom of expression. So how do you describe the relationship between the Constitution and the discrimination?
So, sorry, can I listen to your question again? Sorry.
Yeah, so the Constitution says that you are allowed to, you have the freedom of thoughts, right? And you have also freedom of speech.
Yeah, so,
right?
oh, I see. So, like.
So does that mean that anybody can be allowed to discriminate against other people?
I see. So yeah, we are allowed to say something freely, but I think that hurting people is not good. So even though we have freedom of speeches or actions, but discrimination or like actions like discrimination is hurt others, and sometimes the discrimination killed others. So I think that even though we have freedom of speeches or actions, the government or other institution like that should ban or limit our actions or speeches sometimes.
All right. So, Nagisa-san, final question. So, some people argue that the government spends too much money for people with disabilities these days in the form of a social welfare program or subsidies. So they argue that the social benefits that disabled people receive should be reduced. What do you think of this opinion?
Okay. First of all, I'm sorry. Near my house, there is under construction, so it's very loud.
No,
Sorry.
I can hear your voice very clearly. Don't worry.
Sorry.
Yeah.
So many people think that like disabled people get social welfare too much like that, but I don't think so. They should get services because this is their right to live with others in society. So I think moreover, I think sometimes government should give services for disabled people more than now. Like, so I mentioned that there was a killer in 2016. The problem is the stresses in the working in the like facility for disabled people. So I think that government should pay money for caregivers of disabled people, or they build more facility for people work like disabled people working like that. So I think sorry, it's very difficult.
No, thank you so much, Nagisa-san. That's all the question I have. Thank you so much. Back to you, Master of Ceremony.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tamura and Ms. Imai. Now is the judging time. Let me call the third explorer. The third explorer is Mr. Hayato Kojima from Keio University. He delivers a speech under the title of Search for Open-Hearted Support. Search for Open-Hearted Support. Mr. Kojima, please initiate your voice and send out your record.
Sure. Thank you, Master of Ceremonies and honorable judges. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. There is no other way. As I sat there atop a hill, holding my shirt up with my teeth, knife in hand, trying to steady my breath to the breeze going through the trees. I'm going to die today, I thought. That right there was me a few years ago. I did not know how to deal with my suicidal thoughts back then, and it almost cost me my life. 1 in 4. That's how much of the Japanese population that had seriously considered suicide, according to a report published by the Nippon Foundation. Now, tell me, how many of you can say with utmost confidence that the people you love do not exhibit suicidal thoughts? How many of you can say with that utmost confidence that you know the risk factors and warning signs, the characteristics and behaviors of suicidals, and that you've come to that conclusion through educated means? This speech is going to be about suicide. Today, I hope to be able to improve the methods you use to tackle suicidal thoughts, both within you and those around you. Suicide is a major issue in Japan, both in a social and personal sense. According to the report I had mentioned earlier, suicide is the leading killer of Japanese people aged between 15 to 39. Losing so many people due to a realistically preventable cause? I do not think I have to explain why that is disappointing. Yes, that is right. Unlike the other common causes of death, such as cancer, heart disease, or freak accidents, suicide is a choice. Therefore, it has a cause and is almost always foreseeable. Sense of worth. That is the key word of this whole issue. Simply put, if one does not feel like it is worth living, then why go through the hassle of, well, living? Am I worth it? Is this worth it? These are the thoughts that murder suicidals. Issues with family and not being able to determine the place one holds in society make up a large portion of the loss of causes of loss of worth and, by extension, suicidal thoughts. As the great philosopher states, humans are social animals, so it makes sense that human interaction has a significant effect on our lives. See, if one is able to be self-sufficient in finding his worth in life, then he would not experience suicidal thoughts because, well, he has a life worth living. We need to fill that gap through other people for those who are unable to do so. Personally, I became suicidal after losing my sense of self-worth. What can I, a helpless little boy, ever do for society and for my family? Something within me snapped after a particular scolding I had received. If I'm not good enough, then why bother, right? Fast forward a little bit, and I had set my knife on my lap. I took a deep breath, and my thoughts were on my family. Maybe they would feel sadness over my death. I stood up and went back home. I'll come back when I can feel certain that this was the way. I never went back because of a solution I had found. I started talking to my mom. Not about suicide, though, but of personal problems, big and small. And she started talking to me about some of hers as well. This restored my sense of self-worth as well as much needed mental stability, which allowed me to keep on going, even though my suicidal thoughts are still present. Talk to your loved ones, not just about the essentials like dinner or fees, but about your genuine thoughts. You do not need to muster up the courage to say that you want to die. Start with something easier like, this person angers me. What do I do? Find meaning in the fact that the person sitting in front of you is talking to you. And when you feel ready, that you're good enough, that you're worth it, then maybe open your heart up a little bit more again and again and again. This will create a break within you, and the bonds you've created will become a rope that pulls you through. But of course, you need a person to talk to, and some of us need to be approached. And that's where the rest of you come in. Risk factors are characteristics that make it more likely that a person will consider, attempt, or die by suicide, and warning signs help determine if one is in danger. As an example, unwillingness to talk about these issues due to the stigma surrounding this issue is a risk factor, and over and undersleep is a warning sign. There are many more, but a common characteristic among all of them is that they are detectable only if you are aware of them. After becoming aware, I have found many people at risk and made it a mission to talk to them in a genuine fashion. A person not talking about a problem can mean that they need someone to talk to them first, not just that a problem does not exist to begin with. He may need to find worth in others. Ladies and gentlemen, the one thing I want you all to take away from this speech is a little phrase I've come up with. Search for open-hearted support. It's SOS, so hopefully it would be easy to remember. SOS saves lives. Do it, or make it easier for others to do it. There is always another way. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kojima. Now, question and answer session. Mr. Tamura, please.
Okay, thank you, Hayato-san, for your speech. And thank you for bringing up one of the most important issues that Japan needs to face. Committing suicide, the number, I did a research, and the number of people committed suicide is about 20,000 people annually. So I think this answer is very important, Hayato-san. This is kind of personal question because you introduced your story a few years ago. And I wanted to know what was the difference between you and people who finally decided to commit suicide? What differentiated you from them?
Okay, so I believe that the only thing that was a difference between me and the people who had committed suicide is luck, actually. And so the reason why I think this is because as a prerequisite, people who commit suicide, 99% of the time, are still pondering on their decision, even at the moment that they commit it. So basically, what ended up happening was that luckily, I had a thought that prevented me from committing suicide. And luckily, I had been able to maintain my sense of self-worth after that. So this speech aims to make sure that the luck factor, right, the percentage of this type of scenario happening is higher to as great a degree as possible in order to fill that gap of luck between myself and the people who are in danger of committing suicide.
Right. Yeah, Hayat-san, obviously you had the luck and you are supported by your family members. If you look at the world, however, there are so many people who failed to find the person that they can talk to, they can talk with. How can we help them out?
So as the second part of my solution states, I believe that just people in general approaching other people who are at potential risk, at the very least, creating an outlet for a potential to talk to people in a genuine fashion helps tremendously, because most of these people who have suicidal thoughts do want help. It's just that they cannot find it. So making it easier for others to find it is the way for the people who do not have suicidal thoughts to help with this issue.
Great. So on the other hand, I'd like to introduce a bright side of this issue. If you look at the figure, the number of people who committed suicide in the past 10 years has been on the decline. So that means, I don't know, something has been working very well. So in your opinion, what is working and what is not working in the past 10 years?
So I believe that in the past 10 years, so of course, so in terms of factors that, humans made intentionally, I do believe that support for suicide has been becoming better in Japan. So for example, surveys concerning, let's say, bullying, things like that, that can potentially make people lose their sense of worth. Suicidal hotlines becoming a lot more mainstream. Those kinds of things are definitely helping. But I do believe that the things that are not working is the mentality that people have with this issue, and that many people believe that if someone is not talking about suicidal thoughts, they believe that it does not exist to begin with. Suicide is not that easy in the sense that it is hidden a lot of the time. So that is the reason why I brought up the issue of, trying to talk to them in a genuine fashion as an, starting point to get those thoughts out of that person so that, you could go for further help.
All right, Hatsan, good job. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That's all from me. Back to you, Master of Ceremony.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tamura and Mr. Kojima. Now is the judging time. let me call the fifth explorer. The fifth explorer is Miss Ryoko Matsui from Hosei University. She delivers a speech under the title of Be the Way You Are. Be the Way You Are. Ms. Matsui, please initiate your voyage and send out your record.
Sure. Thank you, Master of Ceremonies and honorable judges. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I was a good pretender, always wearing a mask to make a nice first impression. When I joined the brass band in junior high, I wore the mask and tried to make a good initial impression because the tone of the coach and older student communicated to me. You must be earnest and committed individual. Finally, I became their favorite without noticing. It was only due to the mask. When you meet someone for the first time, what do you care about? I'm sure the biggest concern is whether we can make a good first impression to be accepted by others. And this anxiety causes us to put on masks. It could be the honor student to teachers or the cool person to new friends. Unfortunately, this hides who you really are and makes you suffer. It might work for a short time, but requires a heavy price in the long run. So, my message today is very simple. Be the way you are. That's it, no big deal, just one message. I hope this message will change how you think and act during those many initial encounters you will face throughout your life. I made a terrible first impression and can never be friends with him. You must have heard a conversation like this. Yes, we tend to think the first impressions are the only thing that matters to be accepted by others. This is why we go to such extremes to make a good initial impression. However, please remember your first impression of your best friends. Were they all really positive ones? I imagine not, or maybe you don't even remember. Even if a poor first impression was made, you took the time to get to know each other. So, we are overestimating the importance of first impressions. It is not so essential in long-term relationships. The most important factor is being the way you really are, to not put a burden on yourself at the first meeting and also all thereafter. Going back to my school life, I still remember that day when the coach chose me to be the leader. It meant I must keep wearing the mask, which I wasn't keen about. But I couldn't refuse because of the members' big applause, which made me feel accepted at the same time. This pressure to be someone else was like a wall closing on me day by day. I tried my best, but gradually my true self emerged and showed I wasn't suited for that position. Every time I made a mistake, I heard someone say, "I thought Ryoko could do better." I eventually lost their trust, and finally, I was removed as a leader. Then I realized who they trusted wasn't real me. It was a made-up person. At the moment, I was overcome with regret, sadness, and a sense of emptiness. There was nowhere that I could be myself. By pretending, you might be able to make a good impression at the time, but it will cause you to suffer and lose a lot of important things like lasting relationships or the confidence of others. I learned from my experience. We shouldn't live our lives for other people in a desperate hope they might like us. You might still think being yourself is difficult because you're afraid of not being accepted if you show your true self. So you tend to get closer to someone else's ideal. But ask yourself, do you really want to be friends with those who dislike your real self? You shouldn't have to pretend. There's no reason for it, isn't it? If you don't wear the mask, you can have friends who like your real self. People should accept others for who they are. Nothing more, nothing less. In order to be yourself, you must know who you are. Then, I want you to remember this key. Who you want to be is the way you are. In the first place, we must be able to differentiate between the real self and the false one. The difference between them is want to and have to. The person who you want to be is the way you are because it's your ideal. But if you feel even a little obligated that have to be a certain way, that is not your real self because it's just someone else's ideal. Don't lose yourself. Remember this key. Who you want to be is the way you are. When I joined the ESS, I almost put the mask of a graceful girl, but I imagined who I wanted to be, and it wasn't that. So I didn't pretend to never repeat my junior high experience. Then, this year, my close friends started introducing me like this. At first glance, it seems hard to talk to her, but not really. Being the way I am, it made me honest with myself, my friends, and everyone who meet for the first time. This is why now they are my true friends who trust and accept the real me. It makes me so happy to have people I want to keep being as friends even after I graduate. To thine no self be true. This is a phrase from Shakespeare. Yes, one must be honest in his ways and relationships. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to throw away your mask. Why don't you build more meaningful and long-lasting relationships? If you want to be liked, your real self. If you want to be with friends with confidence in the future. It took me a while, but now I can say with confidence, be the way you are. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Matsui. Now, question and answer session. Mr. Tamura, please.
Yoko-san, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Wonderful, beautiful speech. Yeah, be the way you are. That's a very nice phrase. So, what the first, I'm just checking, can you define the phrase, put on the mask?
Put on the mask is pretending yourself and making efforts to be accepted or liked by someone. It is put on masks. Yes.
Okay. All right. So trying to be someone else is putting on a mask. But you said in your speech that, so you introduced two types of trying to be another person. The first one is trying to be an ideal person you want to be.
Yes.
And the second one is trying to be an ideal person you have to be, right? So I was having a harder time understanding the difference between the two. So what is the difference between the two? Want to be or have to be?
And the difference is if we feel obligated to be that person. For example, when I was in a when I joined the brass band in junior high, I just wanted to enjoy playing the musical instrument. But I felt that my coach or older student forced me to be their ideal person. I felt so. So that is have to, and that I wanted to be was like just enjoying playing the musical instrument. Yes.
All right. Yeah, that's clear. So in your opinion, it is totally fine to try to be someone else if that person is the person you really want to be. Am I correct?
Sorry. One more time, please.
Okay. So, all right. That's okay. So going to the next question. In my opinion, it is important to have a good first impression, particularly when you are meeting with some very important person, right? So if you fail to make a good first impression, you will never have the second chance.
Oh, if I never have the second chance to correct the impression.
What do you think? So it is, as you mentioned, it is important to show your true color, right? But on the other hand, if you fail to make a good first impression, you will never have the second chance. Do you understand my question? Yeah. What do you think about this comment?
I think we have a lot of chances to make our impression, because what I say in my speech is long-term relationships, like this ESS community or I mean something like that. And this long-term relationships we will have we have many chances to make our relationships and to let them to know understand about ourselves. Yes. So I think in long-term relationships you have a lot of chances to make our good impression. Yes.
All right, great. Ryoko-san, thank you so much. That's the question I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tamura and Ms. Matsui. Now is the judging time. Now, all the explorers in the first session have finished delivering their speeches. Please give them a big applause. Now, we will take an intermission for 54 minutes. The second session will start at 12:45. Please come back by 12:40. Thank you. ここから日本語で失礼します。これより12時45分まで休憩といたします。5分前の12時40分までにご着席いただきますようお願い申し上げます。コメントシートは Instagram、Twitter、YouTube の説明欄、概要欄にある Google フォームから受け付けております。ご協力のほどよろしくお願いいたします。 Ladies and gentlemen, the second session will begin in a few minutes. Please be seated and wait for a while. Thank you. May I have your attention, please? May I have your attention, please? Now, I'd like to start the second session. Let me call the sixth explorer. The sixth explorer is Miss Arisa Kawamura from Waseda University. She delivers a speech under the title of Control Yourself in Community. Control Yourself in Community. Ms. Kawamura, please initiate your voice and send out your record.
So, thank you, Master of Ceremonies, distinguished judges. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It was 3 years ago, 3 o'clock at night. I had a routine. Eating. Every single day, I had too much assignment to work on, and I had to get good marks on all assignment in order to enter university. Every day had ended with going to school, taking classes, coming back to home, and working an assignment. So, in a very short break, eating was only happiness to escape from the reality. However, while I wasn't aware, the reasons I ate had changed. Even if I was full, I feel like I wanted to eat. Nah, I needed to eat. So I crammed as much food in my stomach until I felt crapulous. I didn't want to eat anymore, but my hands had never stopped bringing snacks to my mouth. Here, let me ask you one question. How many of you here are confident in your stress management? Of those who you said yes, is your hobby a core of stress coping? Various tons of websites displayed hobbies as stress relievers. They can lead to addiction. So today, let me share the hidden danger of choosing hobbies for stress coping. After this speech, I hope everyone to rethink your stress management and choose an appropriate activity for it. So, addiction. When you hear this word, you probably come up with drug abuse caused by dependence-producing substances that is directly affecting your brain. On the other hand, process addiction is caused not by addictive substances, but your brain itself. In my case of binge eating, I firstly enjoyed eating, so my brain released dopamine. According to Harvard Medical School, this chemical can give pleasure and make you less stressful. Thus, once I gained pleasure from it, I started to believe that eating could burn off stress. However, as I repeated eating to release dopamine, my brain would be less likely to release dopamine. As a result, I felt a thirst for eating. But the problem is, this was not because it was eating, but any of your stress copings can escalate to addiction. In spite of its seriousness, process addiction is less noted in today's society. For example, the awareness of gambling addiction has been raised in recent years, but it's not sufficient. Japan Agency for Medical Research and Development shows that Japanese population who has gambling addiction was 3.6%, and it was much higher than Western countries. Still, in 2017, the budget used for countermeasures in Japan is only 0.5% of that of the US, in accordance with Ministry of Health, Labor and Welfare and National Institute on Drug Abuse. You may wonder how this data of gambling addiction are applied, but as gambling addiction is categorized as process addiction because of the same mechanism. Everyone can be an addict. However, I realized that I never heard any initial method for preventing process addiction. Therefore, there's no idea of selecting appropriate stress relievers. In other words, they just adapt any hobbies to cope with stress, which leads to addiction. Even if they do some recreational activities to reduce stress, weakened dopamine activity makes them rather stressful. Most people don't know this awful process of creating another stress source. Then, how should we handle stress? My answer is, do not randomly choose your hobby as stress management. This is because you cannot simply enjoy your hobby, and it rather leads to addiction due to the function of your brain. So let me tell you how to find an appropriate stress coping tool. So you may wonder, how can you identify whether it's likely or less likely to be addictive? So there's an easy checklist named Control, Yourself, and Community. So first, control. There are two ways to satisfy this point. On one hand, please check if your condition after an activity is controllable. As humans feel comfortable in untroubled conditions, there's satisfaction with controllable future. On the other hand, uncontrollable condition after an activity can satisfy you like thrilling, which is why a lot of people buy lottery for uncertain gain. So please mark for control if either condition is applicable, when after condition is controllable and thrilling. So second, yourself. Please check if it meets or stirs personal desires. For instance, if you play games, you are satisfied with raising the level of virtual you and meet the need of growth, right? And moreover, its growth depends on your action. So this makes you feel how special you are in the game world. So if the activity has potential growth and significance of you, then please check yourself. Third, community. Please note if it makes you satisfied with desires regarding community. So let's say you belong to a soccer team and you would want to be connected with other teammates and contribute to team's achievement, right? So if the activity is related to connection or contribution, then please check community. A philanthropist, Anthony Robbins, argued that humans would be addicted to a specific activity if it meets certain needs at high level. In this checklist, if your choice of an activity meets 2 or more out of 3, it's not appropriate for stress coping. Therefore, please carefully choose appropriate stress relievers that meets only one of this checklist. So I quit eating to relieve stress by altering to another stress coping tool. So now I don't eat just to forget the reality, but I eat because I enjoy the flavor and texture of the food. Instead, for stress management, my choice is to relax in a bed. It only meets number 1, control of the checklist, as I know that my body would become warm. And finally, I met a new avocation that let me forget the reality, but I'm not addicted to. So, ladies and gentlemen, applying an appropriate way to relieve stress is the right way of stress coping. So please don't simply adapt your hobby to deal with stress. Hobby is not something makes you less stressful, but it is supposed to be something that makes you happier, right? So don't make your lovely activities become another stress source. It's a little bit of change in your perception about your stress management, but you can minimize the risk of addiction with the checklist. Control yourself and community. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kawamura. Now, question and answer session. Mr. Tamura, please.
Okay, Arisa-san, thank you so much for interesting topics. It was very interesting.
Thank you.
Yeah, you gave me an advice to how to choose an appropriate hobby, or you can say to stress reliever to enrich your life, right? So my first question is, I think there is a fine line between being addicted to something and being passionate about something.
True.
Where do you draw the line?
So that's a good question.
Or are they different or are they the same?
So like for me, is being passionate, like I don't how to say, it's like being passionate about something is different from the thing that I'm addicted to. So basically, it is kind of different. It is similar, but still different emotion for us. For example, in my case of binge eating, I was addicted to because I love, but I wasn't passionate to eat. And maybe, for example, for my friend was like kind of addicted to swimming.
Yeah.
Swimming and like kind of get a record for that. But like with the word choice, we can say she is addicted too, but like she is also passionate, right? But how can I say? The difference between addiction and passion is that whether we do it for reason or not. So if we're passionate about that, we do it for like want to get record or want to get prize or something like that. But if we're addicted to, then we do it for no reason.
Yeah, I can see what you're saying. All right, thank you. So you're suggesting that a stress reliever should be powerful enough to beat the stress, to beat the original stress. But on the other hand, if the stress reliever is weak enough, it is to be another source of stress, right? So the stress reliever should be powerful, but at the same time, weak enough.
Yes.
Not to become another source of stress.
Yes.
Right? So you're trying to achieve two different ideas at the same time. Aren't you contradicting yourself?
It is. But so my suggestion is like too much is always not good. So like if we eat too much, or if we get too much vitamin supplement, then that's not good. But if it's like if it's appropriate amount, and that is good, and that could be medicine for us. So that's my point.
All right, that's all, Arisa-san. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tamura and Ms. Kawamura. Now is the judging time. Let me call the seventh explorer. The seventh explorer is Ms. Ako Inoue from Tsuda University. She delivers a speech under the title of Girls' Behavior and Unconscious Vicious Circle. Girls' Behavior and Unconscious Vicious Circle. Ms. Inoue, please initiate your voyage and send out your record.
Sure. Thank you, Master of Ceremony and honorable judges. Good afternoon, everyone. There is a girl who is always good at styling hair, has a spare band-aid, reads magazines, and gets the newest information. On the other hand, there is another girl who doesn't care about her appearance so much, laughs like a simple banging monkey toy, cannot make fancy dishes, and yes, it's me. Which do you think a girl should be? Which girl do you prefer? Even now, in this society, to be the former girl, which has joshiryoku, is requested of every girls. Actually, I made a survey for my 74 girlfriends on Instagram, and 86% of them answered that they have experienced changing their behavior after being told about their joshiryoku. Today, I'd like to talk about gender stereotype issue through the word joshiryoku. Strangely, joshiryoku is not written in any dictionary, but everyone knows this word. In this speech, I'll refer to this word as girls' behavior. Many girls feel the pressure to fake their appearance or preferences to meet the standards of girls' behavior. Moreover, I hope boys also become more conscious about gender stereotype issue because gender stereotypes for boys exist as well. Have you ever been told, don't cry because you're a boy? If you're the man, check this bill. Or you often pay for dinner for a woman just because you are a man? I want to change these situations so that both girls and boys are not bound by the gender roles. The goal that I aim to achieve through this speech is for gender stereotypes to not increase anymore from us or thinking about girls' behavior. And I want this speech to be the voyager that everyone will notice and that will help break the gender stereotype. Why do we often see the word girls' behavior in our daily lives? That is because the traces of the patriarchy system from the past still exist. In the past, a wife supporting her husband or women should be protected by men were the standard thoughts in Japan. These ideas have been dropped to the subconscious level, and now being charming or sometimes obedient have become the standard ideas that girls should do as their girls' behavior. And the problem here is we use the word girls' behavior without thinking when we think someone's behavior doesn't apply to our gender stereotype. Thus, gender stereotypes just keep getting bigger and stronger in our minds. In the end, girls girls have no choice but to adopt the gender stereotype. So, what is harmful to bring gender stereotype? The answer is we can't live or behave as we like. When I was a high school student, my classmates started to have a charming floral printed pouch saying, absolutely, a girl high school student should have a cute one. Hearing their conversation, I felt embarrassed and quit using my plain pouch, although I liked it. Besides, gender stereotype would control their career or life. Because of the gender stereotype, employment types are divided and employment conditions are different between men and women, so there is already a handicap when women want to work. Another example is the number of female students in STEM-related jobs is small in Japan due to the gender image. Like this, you can see that gender stereotype issue is not only personal, but also a social problem. All of us have to be aware of and start to abolish gender stereotype. To solve the problem, the gender stereotype spreads by using girls' behavior. Both girls and boys who use this word have to notice that their unnecessary suggestion chains down more and more victims. Thus, not to mention our behavior with girls' behavior is the fastest solution for not increasing the gender stereotype anymore. By not using this word, we decrease the opportunities to judge ourselves by our gender stereotype. See who we are without this girl's behavior. Now, I have a favor of all of you here in this room. We should behave as we like without caring about gender stereotype. Let's end the vicious circle and consider how to live your life from now on. Become free from the gender stereotype and feel how fun it is to live your own way. If you hear this speech and feel that you have had a gender stereotype unconsciously, please realize that the vicious circle of girls' behavior starts by mentioning it. So even if you feel someone's behavior doesn't apply to your ideal girl's behavior, don't mention it from now on. To the people who have been tied by the word, please release yourself from that curse and find what you want to do and who you are. Each of us can change our consciousness and save us, and also those around us. Once, I was bound by the gender stereotype. But now, I decided not to care because I noticed that doing something that we don't really like or we don't know what it is for is very ridiculous. Now, I can be who I am and do what I want to do. I wear makeup whenever I want to put on, and I laugh like a simple banging monkey toy. I cook tasty dishes, not bearing the appearance. Now I'm using the plain pouch. All audiences, why not feel free from the gender stereotype? Someday in the near future, I want everyone to be able to live without caring about any gender stereotype. As our first step, let's not use the word girls' behavior, 女子力. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Inoue. Now, question and answer session. Mr. Tamura, please.
Ako-san, thank you so much for your speech.
Thank you for listening.
So you're talking about a stereotype, gender stereotype, right?
Yes.
So yeah, there are so many different types of stereotypes, and we are supposed to behave in a certain way, certain manner in this society.
Yes.
But I think the stereotypes are just expectations, right? So you said that you interviewed some of your girlfriends,
Yes.
female friends, right?
Yes.
And most of them said that they had to follow the expectations, right? So I was curious, why do you think that they wanted to meet the expectation?
Thank you for your nice question. I think that whether they follow the atmosphere is depend on the community, like the rate of the number of boys and number of girls. But I think the reason why girls follow gender stereotype is many people, including girls, think to follow the gender stereotype is the best thing, and we have to do that. As I told in my speech, the patriarchy system is still exists, and whole society think women should behave like in that way or something like that. So the all people, like many people, believe that having girls' behavior or following gender stereotype is the right way, and we should do that. So we pretend so, I think.
Yeah, Ako-san, there might be some patriarchy system still going around in this society. But I think you see there are so many successful women in the world, women in the field of politics, in the field of business, in the social sector in the world. And as far as I know, that they ignored the expectations, right? It doesn't matter to them. So I think those successful women ignored the expectations. That's why they succeeded. So my question is that how would you, why can they, or how can you not ignore the expectations?
Thank you for your question. I think to succeed in the society, like to fight with men equality, is women should have high ability, like high skilled. So maybe now in this society, only the talented women can success. Like they are so talented to get a job or something, to say something or something like that. But maybe most girls are defeated by the trend or the atmosphere. So I think to break the gender stereotype, whole society have to admit the women's ability, each woman's ability. But this society is lack of such how can I say, such atmosphere or the consideration, so that most women cannot succeed, I think.
I see. All right, Ako-san, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tamura and Ms. Inoue. Now it's the judging time. Let me call the 8th explorer. The 8th explorer is Ms. Rino Kihara from Aoyama Gakuin University. She delivers a speech under the title of Believe Your Individuality. Believe Your Individuality. Ms. Kihara, please initiate your voice and send out your record. Ms. Rino Kihara, would you turn on your camera, please?さあ、最後のフレーズ切った方がいい。
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I can. Can't you hear my? Sorry, can you see me now?
Yes, we can see you and
Sorry,
we can hear you.
Should I start from first?
Okay, I will start.
Sorry.
Repeat the phrase again. Ms. Kihara, please initiate your voice and send out your record.
Thank you. Thank you, Masters of Ceremony and distinguished judges. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I had a complex in my appearance. I didn't want to look my face and couldn't leave home. This complex changed my life. I disliked my one line just about 3 centimeters. That was single eyelids. Single eyelids means 一重まぶた in Japanese. I had hated this individuality and been worried such a small thing for great 6 years. So please raise your hand. You have complex on your appearance. I guess many people have complex on your appearance. I think many people have their ideal hopes. For example, I want to have high nose, or I want to have straight hairs. It is normal things to have ideal hopes. However, don't you dislike your own individualities by having ideal hopes? Today, I'd like to talk about how to live with your individuality. Through my speech, I hope you can get confidence in yourself without affected by the world. According to the famous TV program of NHK, Close Up Gendai, trend keywords related to the appearance of women are flaming almost every month. It means people pay much attention to their appearance and often have quarrels about it. Also, according to the World Survey of Beauty and Self-Affirmation of Girls in 2017, published by Unilever's beauty care brand Dove, 93% of Japanese teenage women said they don't have confidence through their appearance. Through these data, we can know that many people today have complex through their individualities and dislike them. The core problem is that people judge whether these individualities are good or bad. In normal, individualities should be source of beauty and received as positive thing. But now, they are thought as negative thing and even to be fixed. It is not the correct form that individualities should be. That is because people tend to set the standard for the public beauty. For example, high nose is better, big eyes are cute, or tall is nice. In fact, I was also one of the members who is strongly influenced by this trend. So let me show my experience. When I was a junior high school student, I was always said, "Do you have eyes?" and teased, as a Heian era girl. After that, I started to dislike my small thin eyes. I often made escape from being taken photos. Her thoughtless word became my curse and followed me anytime. By the time I became a high school student, I began to use IFG to get bigger eye. I cannot spend daily life without IFG. I totally depended on it. I made double eyelid when I was sleeping. I didn't care even if my eyes opened 24 hours. I got embarrassed about my thick eyelids day by day. What was worse, I started to being self-conscious. I misunderstood people passing by me are judging my face and laughing. I looked in the mirror every day and suffered why my eyes are not double eyelids. I didn't stop believing that single eyelids are evil. Moreover, the more I mind my appearance, the more I started to mind other people's appearance. I looked around on the train, found fault with other people's failures of appearance, and thought, she should lose weight more, or her makeup isn't sit on her. I did what I must not do. I did the same thing. I did the same thing that I was did. Lookism, to judge people by their appearance. Now I can understand that I felt comfortable by comparing with others. In the spring, I made double eyelids by cosmetic surgery. I believe I can finally escape from my curse for 6 years. But there was I in the mirror who got just another line above eye. Nothing especially changed. At last, I realized that the factor of appearance, which I thought very seriously, was a small matter. I was considerably influenced by other people's evaluation and trend. My view was narrower than my eyes. The solution of denying your individuality is to change way of thinking. You don't have to set standard to the public beauty. Individualities aren't bad thing. Don't judge and deny them, good or bad. All individualities are the way of beauty, and each have personal beauty and goodness. By accepting this, we will not be badly influenced by the words of others. After you change your thinking, you have a wider view. If you have a narrow view like me in the past, you tend to envy people and deny yourself. If you change your thinking and have a wider view like me now, you would feel everyone has unique and wonderful point. Today, various media comes to hit you to impose values, trend, and public beauty. They will judge and deny your individuality. You may be sad and think your individuality is not a good thing. However, don't give in to their opinions, and please have a wider view. Your individualities are source of beauty, not source of anxiety. Believe in yourself. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kihara. Now, question and answer session. Mr. Tamura, please.
Rino-san, thank you so much for your speech.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So you're talking about individuality, right? So you used to believe that beauty was everything, but today you changed your mind.
Yes.
Today you believe that individuality is more important than beauty. what made you change?
The biggest point of change is that the experience of cosmetic surgery. I realized before that, I really thought that the appearance is the most important point, but after the experience, I realized that just only one line appeared on my eyes, and nothing is very changed. My way of thinking before this experience, I thought beauty is the most important. So I deceived. She should be lose weight more. So, but after this experience, I realized it's a very small problem, and that is the biggest point of my life. I think.
So at the end of your speech, you said that the individuality is the source of beauty. So can you define individuality?
Yes. Yes. Okay. If you feel like the individualities of appearance, you some people might think some bad point like singularity or low nose, or that some people think it's individualities, but I think these individualities are the good points and unique points. So yes, that so like so that's the individualities.
All right. So Rino-san, I think there are so many people in the world who care about their appearances, right? And they cannot believe in themselves. What advice would you give to them?
Yes, I want to, through my experience, I realized that the appearance is a very small matter, and individuality is a source of beauty. So, so I want to say that many people cannot change their way of thinking without experience, like my experience. So I want to tell my experience to them and have a wider have a wider view. I want advice like that.
Great. All right. That's all, Rino-san. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tamura and Ms. Kihara. Now is the judging time. Now, all the explorers in the second session have finished delivering their speeches. Please give them a big applause. Now, we will take a short intermission for 10 minutes. The last session will start at 1:45. Please come back by 1:40. Thank you. これより1時45分まで休憩といたします。5分前の1時40分までにご着席いただきますようお願い申し上げます。お書きになったコメントシートは、受付で回収いたします。ご協力のほどよろしくお願いいたします。
だって。なんでリンク貼ろうか 課長のやつ使
May I have your attention, please? May I have your attention, please? Now, I'd like to start the last session. Let me call the ninth explorer. The ninth explorer is Mr. Koki Nakazawa from Takasaki City University of Economics. He delivers a speech under the title of Hear the Sound, Tear the Circle. Hear the Sound, Tear the Circle. Mr. Nakazawa, please initiate your voyage and send out your record.
Thank you, Master of Ceremonies and distinguished judges. Hello, everyone. I was always a liar. It all started in a quiet calligraphy class in elementary school. While everyone concentrated on calligraphy, my abdomen suddenly began to grumble. Students around me giggled and asked me, "Are you hungry?" I laughed off by saying, "I'm super hungry," although I was not at all. This kind of interaction took place not only one day, but every day, and I kept lying. I was tired of lying, and I didn't want to go to school, but I kept on. Why do you think I kept lying? It was because I had IBS. IBS stands for Irritable Bowel Syndrome, which is a condition that affects the digestive system, even though there is no inflammatory disease. It causes symptoms like stomach pain or cramps, constipation, diarrhea, gurgling stomach noises, and so on, which lasts for more than 7 months. There are a lot of people who suffer from this syndrome. The survey by Dr. Miwa Hiroto, a professor at Hyogo College of Medicine, shows that about 1 out of 10 people in Japan is estimated to have IBS. Today, I'm standing here to spread awareness of IBS. If there is someone among you who is not aware that you have IBS, I'd like you to realize it. If there is an IBS patient around you, I would like you to give your mental support to them. I hope my speech can offer you a deep understanding of IBS and help IBS patients live a worry-free life. As I mentioned earlier, IBS symptoms are quite common, such as diarrhea or constipation. So it is difficult for IBS patients to notice their medical problems. Therefore, many potential IBS patients don't go to see a doctor and do nothing about it. According to the survey by Dr. Miwa again, only 16% of the potential IBS patients in Japan have actually consulted a doctor. If you leave it without doing anything, mental symptoms such as depression, nervousness, and anxiety can occur. You may not be able to withstand them eventually. These mental symptoms may lead some patients to become unable to go to school or work. How does such a harmful syndrome develop? It is considered that stress is one of the major causes of IBS, and a vicious circle of stress and symptoms can be a factor of the worsening of IBS. In this vicious circle, when one feels stressed, his symptoms worsen. He puts up with the symptoms and he feels more stressed, which worsens the symptoms. Thus, he gets trapped in the circle of IBS. Now, let me go back to my story. As I described at the beginning of my speech, the problem with my abdomen started in a calligraphy class when I was 10 years old. I was always troubled with the question of what a real friend was, and it was really stressful. This, I believe, was a trigger for my vicious circle. I couldn't predict when my bowel would grumble, so I spent each day with strong anxiety. I wasn't able to get rid of this anxiety, and I wasn't able to stop the vicious circle. I suffered from this condition for 9 years. I always lived with my abdomen first, hoping it wouldn't grumble both at school and outside school. I couldn't learn or memorize anything in class, and I couldn't enjoy hanging out with friends at all. I couldn't do what I wanted to do, and I couldn't enjoy what ordinary students could enjoy because of the stress caused by my condition. One day, a friend of mine noticed my gurgling sounds and spoke to me. Koki, your bowel is always making sounds. I think you have IBS. Then he explained about IBS to me. My symptoms were exactly the same as those of IBS, and I realized that I had IBS. I told him about my everyday concerns. Through speaking up, I recognized the worries and stress. I understood the troubles and got rid of the stress. Then, little by little, the symptoms of my IBS diminished. By now, some of you may have started to think that you might have IBS. If so, take courage and talk to someone such as friends, colleagues, and family to break your vicious circle. Talking with them about the symptoms or concerns, you can describe your anxiety and worries in words. By describing them, you can make clear what your problems are. When you see your problems, you can seek solutions. When you found solutions, your anxiety and worries can be resolved. This can reduce the stress, which leads to the relief, which leads to the relief of your symptoms. Thus, talking to someone can stop a vicious circle. Also, by now, some of you may have started to think that IBS has nothing to do with you, but there is something you can do for IBS patients. If there is someone who seems to have IBS around you, speak to them to help them stop their vicious circle. If you talk to them about IBS, those potential patients can notice their medical problems. Even patients who are already aware of their IBS can learn that there is someone who understands and is willing to support them. Just listen to them, and this relieves IBS patients. In this way, by talking and listening to them, you can create an opportunity that changes of your IBS patient's vicious circle. Today, you have learned about IBS, and you now know that there are some people who are struggling with it. When you hear the sound of the stomach, why don't you talk about IBS with courage? That courage will be the first step for tearing the harmful vicious circle from IBS patients. Beyond that step lies a path that leads to a bright future for both IBS patients and those around them. Let's open up the way together, and let's keep walking together, and let's live in an IBS-friendly world together. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nakazawa. Now, question and answer session. Mr. Tamura, please.
All right, Koki-san, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are you still suffering from IBS even today?
Actually, today I'm very nervous for this contest, so I'm just a little have stomach pain, but I enjoying stage, so I relieve my symptoms today.
Okay, because the one of the causes of making your stomach make sound is being nervous. So I was just wondering that how nervous were you today, and how is IBS treating you today? So are you fine with the IBS today?
Sorry, would you say that again, please?
Okay, no, don't forget about it. So my first question.
Yeah.
So you said that IBS is not a curable.
Yeah, it is not the curable. It is curable, but it is hard to cure because the cause of IBS is stress. So if even if you go to a doctor and go to see a doctor and you can only receive the treatment for symptoms like stomach pain or constipation or something like that. So, for example, your doctor prescribes some medicine subscribe some medicine, but that medication is only symptomatic treatment, and this cannot solve the stress problem and IBS itself. So therefore, to relieve the stress and to relieve the symptoms and get rid of the stress, so I would like, so it would be better to talking other people and open up your worries and concerns can relieve the stress and symptoms, I think.
Well, Koki-san, to be honest, I've never heard of IBS before until today, until I heard your speech. And I thought every time I heard the voice of stomach grumbling somebody else, I thought that, oh, dude, that you're so hungry. That is the thought that I had.
Yeah.
And looking back, I don't hear somebody's stomach grumbling so hard in the past. So my understanding of this speech is that I don't know, maybe how serious this problem is.
Yeah, thank you for question. Yeah, how serious? Yeah, the symptoms is just a little common, so it sounds like not serious. But it is the IBS cannot. The IBS patients cannot realize that you have serious medical problem because it is common symptoms, and everyone. So that IBS symptoms which suffer from a long time. So it is kind of a daily event. So the patients got used to it and don't think that it is kind of, they don't think that that is serious problem. They can't think serious problem. So therefore, I suggest to how to deal with these symptoms. So this is my suggestion and how serious one is.
All right. Okay. Thank you so much, Koki-san.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tamura and Mr. Nakazawa. Now is the judging time. Let me call the 10th explorer. The 10th explorer is Mizushi Akiyama from Waseda University. She delivers a speech under the title of Let's Change Silent X Education. Let's Change Silent X Education. Ms. Akiyama, please initiate your voyage and send out your record.
Sure. Thank you, the Master of Ceremony and distinguished judges. Hello, everyone. I have questions to you. How did you learn about sex? Is your knowledge perfect? Most of you didn't learn about it formally, right? Sexual issues were learned secretly by yourselves. Yes, that is what I call silent X education. I also received silent X education and learned almost nothing. However, I had a chance to change my idea towards sex, and I strongly feel the importance of sex education for everyone. So today, I want to share my belief and change your perspective towards sex education. Why not change silent X education into true sex education? Children cannot gain proper knowledge about sex. There are few explanations of how to use a condom or the pills in health and physical education. Moreover, even at home, parents are unwilling to talk about sex to their children. When they are asked, where the babies come from, they answer, a bird brings them, or by kissing. They don't answer like by something called sex. As we grow older, it becomes awkward to watch romantic dramas with them. There is nowhere children can learn about sexual issues properly. Then why do adults avoid talking about sex? This is because they see it as taboo. They think that talking about sex is not appropriate for education, assuming that sex education will encourage children to have more sexual intercourse and leads to unwanted pregnancies. Both schools and families have shied away from teaching about sex. However, it is completely wrong that sex education will promote more sexual intercourse. On the contrary, proper sex education makes children more careful about sex. In Akita Prefecture, the Prefectural Board and Medical Association worked together and started sex education to students in 2000. And the rate of abortions among teenagers decreased to a third in 10 years. Proper sex education saves children's health. Actually, I suffered from silent X education. After I had a relation with my partner, my period didn't come for about a week. I was worried whether I got pregnant, but I had no idea whether the condom had been used properly and whether that sex was wrong or not. What was worse, I couldn't talk to anyone about it, even to my precious mother. Since I had never talked about sexual issues, I was afraid of what she would say to me. Fortunately, I didn't get pregnant. My period was just being late. However, silent X education made me hesitate to consult and suffer alone. Not only mental harm like what I experienced, but also physical harm exists. According to the Ministry of Health, Labor and Welfare, more than 50 teenagers are getting abortions per day. There is a high risk in operation for abortions with severe pain. Having sex with the wrong knowledge can cause your precious partner to be physically and emotionally crushed. Silent X education involves suffering and responsibility for both men and women.
I don't want anyone to be like this. Is sex itself bad? Are we born as a result of a bad action? Of course not. 99.8% of people are said to have sex in life. What we should do now is not keeping silent sex education and prevent the young from sex, but teaching proper knowledge about sex. So, everyone, now is the time to change silent sex education into true sex education. To achieve true sex education, it's essential not to see sex as embarrassing, but to see it as natural. You should create an environment where you can talk to each other and confirm your knowledge. Without it, not only will you be unable to protect children, but you, as an adult, will also continue to sexually assault or be assaulted unknowingly. As a first step, let's check your knowledge about sex. Within how many hours do you have to take the after pill after sexual intercourse? Do you know the percentage of preventing pregnancy when using a condom? What is sexual consent? These are past the questions that I couldn't answer at first. How about you? Maybe most of you couldn't answer them all confidently, right? If you don't have any ideas, please search about it before the closing ceremony. Now you realize how little knowledge you have. However, people around you are also in the same position. So I want you to be a trigger to talk about sex education. Talking about the questions I just asked is fine, and sharing your experience of sex education is also nice. By doing so, you can confirm your understanding about sex and create an open atmosphere. Actually, I had much time to talk about this issue with the Western members. I found new ideas every time, and I was glad that one of my seniors said to me, "Thanks to your speech, talking about sexual issues became normal to me." I thought it was the first step to change silent sex education into sex education. Sex is said to be your highest level of communication. It requires high levels of trust and acceptance. Silent sex education can easily break this wonderful moment. But now, you are different. Let's change the silent sex education into true sex education. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Akiyama. Now, question and answer session. Mr. Tamura, please.
All right, Mizushi-san, thank you so much for an interesting speech. All right.
Thank you.
So in your opinion, you mentioned in your speech, but what is the biggest problem with the current so-called silent sex education?
Especially in Japan, the big problem is like many adults don't want to teach, many adults, especially school and families, don't want to teach children to talk about, teach sex about sex.
Is it a parent's responsibility, or is it a school's responsibility to start having the sex education?
I think both of them have responsibility.
Okay, so what is the reason that parents are kind of negative about starting the sex education to their own children?
Actually, they think it's like by talking about sex education, encourage children to have more sexual intercourse, like and unwanted pregnancies. And also, I think that in their age, maybe the they have different values about sex education. Like not it is really good to not to talk about such topic. So they still have such mind, so they don't want to talk about it.
So you didn't specify in your speech, but at what age do you think that they should start the sex education?
I think starting sex education should be 5 years old, or in the nursing school.
Wow.
Yeah, 5 years old.
Okay, so what I understand the importance of having the sex education early in the stage, and that will prevent unnecessary accident or disease. But on the other hand, I think there would be a negative consequences of giving them the sex education such an early stage of life. So what would you counter the potential problems of having, starting the sex education such early in their lives?
In the negative aspect, in my opinion, maybe the teachers or the parents have like negative mind and teach about it like negatively, or the parents don't have proper knowledge about sexual issues and teach about it that wrong knowledge. That is and children accept that knowledge, wrong knowledge. Maybe that is the negative aspect.
All right, Mizushi-san, thank you so much. That's all the questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tamura and Ms. Akiyama. Now is the judging time. Let me call the fourth explorer. The fourth explorer is Mr. Tenfu Matsushita from University of Tokyo. He delivers a speech under the title of A Whole New World. A Whole New World. Mr. Matsushita, please initiate your voyage and send out your record.
Sure. Thank you, the Master of Ceremonies and honorable judges. And hello, YouTube. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. A whole new world, a new fantastic point of view. For me, the experience of studying abroad was a magic carpet ride to see a new world. When I was a high school student, I went to the US as an exchange student for a year. Studying abroad in my high school days literally changed my life. These days, due to a globalizing world, many people are arguing for the importance of global awareness. Perhaps because of this, according to the latest survey by the National Institution for Youth Education, 51% of high schoolers answered that they are interested in studying abroad. At least, a little more than half of high schoolers have a desire for studying abroad. However, according to the latest survey by the Ministry of Education, the number of high school students who have actually studied abroad was only 4,076. For your information, there's 3.2 million high school students in Japan. So the rate of high schoolers who have actually studied abroad was only 0.1%. 0.1% versus 51%. What makes this difference? Why most high schoolers can't study abroad, although they want to? Today, I'd like to discuss this current situation with studying abroad in high school and what we can do about this problem. Some of you may think, why are you talking about studying abroad in high school, not in university? It is because studying abroad may lead to their academic momentum for their university lives and their later lives. Let me tell you my experience. Before studying abroad, I wasn't sure what to do in the future, and I wanted to change the situation by going abroad. In a whole new world, I was able to meet a wide variety of people, such as my host sister, who graduated with the highest honor from the Yale University, or my friend, who was fighting against discriminations towards African Americans. These encounters made me realize the importance of diversity, global perspective, and gave me the motivation to aim higher. After this experience, I decided to go to the University of Tokyo, looking toward the future of working internationally. Like this, studying abroad makes their future vision clear and broadens their competences. Actually, Professor Mertin from the University of Sydney found that the students who have that kind of experiences got higher scores and much lower dropout rate in their universities than those who haven't. A whole new world contains great advantages. But now, only 0.1% people can get benefit from it. You may also think, I'm not a high school student, so that's not my business. However, I'd like to say that high school students studying abroad may lead to your benefit. If we help younger generations studying abroad, then they may grow up to be promising human resources who have the global perspective and assertiveness. As a result, their growth may make Japanese society better, and it must finally lead to our benefit. Now, why most high schoolers can't study abroad, although they want to do so? There are mainly two reasons. First, the number is so small because the number is too small. This may sound weird, but actually it makes sense. Since the number of high school students who have studied abroad is very small, most high schoolers don't even see it as a choice to study abroad in high school and exclude it from their choices. Secondly, studying abroad costs a lot. Actually, when I studied abroad, it was my biggest pain in the neck. Sadly, there are very few scholarships from the government or prefectures. Well then, what kind of action should be taken for this problem? The most effective solution is the reconsidering of the current school system by Japanese government. When I was in the US, my Danish friend told me about a system called gap year. In Denmark, students can take 1 year off before entering high school or university. I think Japanese school system should be more flexible like Denmark, so that students can study abroad more easily. Then, what can we do to encourage our government to take action? We, adults, can break down at least the small part of barriers in the way of high schoolers studying abroad by sharing with them the importance of studying abroad. As I explained, most students in Japan don't even see it as a choice to study abroad in high school. The important thing is to let them know about the choice of studying abroad in high school, whether they do so or not. For example, I serialized a monthly column in a local newspaper in Okayama Prefecture for 1 year so that I could share my experiences with many people. Oh, if you don't have the experience of studying abroad, it's okay. In that case, you can find many blogs or SNS accounts of people who have studied abroad on the internet and share this information to high schoolers or the parents who have children. Or you can tell them about my case. Also, to solve the financial problems, we can introduce them to the organizations which support high schoolers studying abroad. When I studied abroad, I applied to the youth exchange program run by the organization called the Rotary Club. Thanks to them, I was able to study abroad without worrying about money. Sharing information about these kind of programs to high schoolers can be a solution. If more students try to study abroad, maybe it will be more common, and it can change our government's policy of supporting them, like providing more scholarships. I hope that all the students will be able to expand their possibilities. A whole new world, a dazzling place I never knew. I want more high school students to try this wonderful journey for their future. Of course, after the coronavirus pandemic finishes. We can open their eyes. After their magic carpet ride, they will be the outstanding heroes like Aladdin, who can make our world shining, simmering, splendid. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Matsushita. Now, question and answer session. Mr. Tamura, please.
All right, Tenfu-san, thank you so much for your wonderful speech.
Thank you so much.
So I basically agree that more students should study abroad in high school, as you pointed out, because the experience will definitely develop a new perspective and broaden the horizon, as you mentioned. I totally agree with you. But on the other hand, there will be some people are concerned about the opportunity loss, right? So that means you would lose the learning opportunity that you would get during your high school years in Japan, right? So how can you be so sure that the high school years abroad exceeds the benefits of spending the time in Japan?
Okay, thank you for the question. And I think it's the experience in studying abroad will exceed the days in the high school in Japan. It's because most high school in Japan basically focused on studying for the entrance examination for the university. So the most experience we can get in the Japanese high school is basically only focused on studying. But in the whole new world, I think we can get not only studying, but also we can get the lifestyles or cultures with the time with host families. So I think it's exceeds the high school life in Japan.
Right. So yeah, I totally agree with you. And the Japanese government should encourage more parents and students to go abroad while they are high school students. However, if you look at the education budget that the government has put, it is very low. It is very little in comparison with the other OECD countries. And Japan had a really lower percentage of GDP can be put to the education. So why do you think that the Japanese government has less spent on education in comparison with the other OECD countries?
Thank you for the question. I think it's because Japanese government are using a lot of money towards more for the social welfare system or some kind of welfaring system. So it's pretty hard for the Japanese government to share the money for the education part. But for me, it is much more important. Of course, the welfare system is important, but I think the budget for the education is much more important because the students or the children are going to be a worker and going to change the future of Japanese system. So I think it's one of the investment towards the future and to increase the budget for the education. So yeah, and most countries know that investment, but in Japan, there are still more people who don't know about the importance of that investment.
So Tenfu-san, if you have an opportunity to make a speech in front of a lot of parents and junior high school students today, what would you like to say to them?
Yeah, so if I do make the speech, then I want to show some pictures which I took in the United States and show them to them. And also I want to talk more about the experience in the United States. And also I want to show that, so after I went to the United States, I came back to Japan and I studied in the second grade year again. So, but although I did that, I didn't regret. So I want to tell them that these kind of opportunities are, of course, it's in some part scared, but it's not regrettable.
Great. Thank you so much, Tenfu-san.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tamura and Mr. Matsushita. Now is the judging time. Now, all the explorers in the last session have finished delivering their speeches. Please give them a big applause. All the explorers have finished delivering their speeches. The distinguished judges will decide the winners. The closing ceremony will start at 3:40. Please come back in front of your electronic devices by 3:30. Thank you. これより3時40分まで休憩といたします。10分前の3時30分にはご着席いただきますようお願いいたします。コメントシートは Instagram、Twitter、YouTube の説明欄、概要欄にある Google フォームから受け付けております。ご協力よろしくお願いいたします。 まもなくクロージングセレモニーが始まります。もうしばらくお待ちください。Ladies and gentlemen, the closing ceremony will begin in a few minutes. Please be seated and wait for a while. Thank you. May I have your attention, please? May I have your attention, please? I'd like to start the closing ceremony. Distinguished judges, questioner, and speakers, would you turn on your camera, please? The distinguished judges and the questioner will give us some comments for today's contest. Firstly, Mr. Tamura. Tamura will give us some general comments. Mr. Tamura, please.
Sure. Thank you, Master of Ceremony. According to the research institution, the number of hours people spent on watching YouTube videos dramatically increased from January to July this year due to the COVID-19 pandemic. More and more people are getting used to watching and consuming digital contents. Now, what is our challenge? What is the challenge for public speakers in the time of digital transformation? The biggest challenge is decreased attention span of your audience. That's right, decreased attention span of your audience. That means your audience gets bored much faster than you think, particularly because they're watching you virtually through a small computer screen like you do now. At a traditional speech contest that is held face-to-face, the average attention span was about 3 minutes before people really get bored. But now we are delivering the speech online, the attention span is down to just 1 minute. That's right, your audience attention span decreased by 70%. How do you keep your audience at the edge of their seat? How do you keep them engaged after 3 minutes into your speech online? In order to capture and hold the attention of the virtual listeners, I want you to think about the following tips. There are 3 tips. Number 1 is eye contact with your virtual audience members. How can you make eye contact with your virtual audience? It is not to look at the screen on your computer, but is to look directly at the camera lens, because that is a way to give a proper eye contact. Don't look at your computer screen as you speak. I know you really want to check out how you look on the screen, and I know you really want to check out what kind of reaction your audience shows. But if you do just look at the screen like this, you will look like this. You see? You're looking down to the audience. So don't look at the screen, look directly at the camera lens to connect with your audience members. Just imagine that your camera lens is your best friend and casually talking to your friend. That's number 1. And number 2 is prop. A small prop, such as a coin, didn't work in a traditional speech contest, but in an online contest, it becomes valuable. Before, at a traditional contest, if you had this small prop, you wouldn't be able to use it because your audience would never be able to see properly. But now, this small prop can be seen because the audience can see it from your computers. You want to introduce the book, we want to recommend like this. You don't have to worry about the visibility and the readability. So that's number 2. Number 3 is staging. Don't underestimate staging at the online speech contest. Think about which part of the screen you are delivering your speech from. You can deliver from one story from here, and another story you can deliver it here, and you can differentiate creating the scene by switching the side. But when you are delivering your core message, you might always stand in the center of the screen like this. And also you can convey the level of your emotion by coming close to your audience like this, or taking a step back and away from the audience members. The space is limited, but take advantage of the speech technique and the staging technique with regard to which position of your screen you are delivering your story from. Lastly, I want to say, I really like the concept of Mikami Cup every year. Back in 2018, the theme was a legendary submarine, Nautilus, Journey into the Deep. And in 2019, last year, Piccadilly, Take Us to the Unknown World. Fantastic message. And this year, Voyager, like a beautiful photo. Send out your recorder now. I know that the operating this contest is not easy at all, but thanks to the leadership of Kimura-san and the staff members, I think it is well organized and the entire event was really successful. Thank you so much for calling me back this year as a judge. I really, really enjoyed this opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tamura. Next, Ms. Kano will give us some general comments. Ms. Kano, please.
Thank you very much. I'm not sure really how I can follow that, that excellent speech. And also, as everyone's attention span is now only 1 minute, perhaps I should only speak for 1 minute. But Mr. Tamura managed to keep our attention excellently for I don't know how many minutes. It was wonderful, very inspiring, wasn't it? Actually, I should be used to using Zoom, because I teach classes on Zoom, university classes and other classes as well, on Zoom every day. And one of my classes is actually a drama class, English through drama. In the classroom, we can use our whole body to express what we want to express. But still, as Mr. Tamana said so eloquently, we can make the best use possible of the screen. We can still express with our hands. You can see my hands, which tend to move naturally a lot. And also our facial expression is very important. And I'm always aware of, Mr. Tamara, where I am on the screen when I speak to my students. I tend to want to really concentrate on what they're saying, so I tend to be a little too close, I think, so I should perhaps step back. Anyway, that was very inspiring. Thank you so much. But all your speeches today were really, really inspiring, and I'm full of admiration for the organizers. How did you manage it online? What a lot of effort and energy, a lot of work you put into it. I thoroughly enjoyed it. So thank you so much. I think you did excellently, really wonderful organization. And in fact, this in a way is a kind of venture or adventure in itself. So I think holding a speech contest online is in itself a kind of Voyager exploration. So I think it's wonderful. I too love the concept. Really wonderful. And actually, I did feel that all your speeches were very much in keeping with, were very connected with the concept. So often at speech contests, there's a wonderful concept, but the speeches don't seem to connect, which I always feel is very sad. But somehow, this time today, they all seem to connect with the idea of trying to explore something new and seize something, look beyond oneself. They all seemed to connect. And they also seem to have, is everyone still paying it? I've gone over 1 minute. Are you all with me? I'll finish in a moment. Are you still with me? Yes, they all actually, in a way, seem to connect with each other, I felt. There was very much a feeling in your speeches of everyone wanting to be more individual or to change certain things in society. I think this applies a lot everywhere, but perhaps it's particularly applicable to Japan. Somehow Japanese society being very conformist, and how it's important for us to all branch out in many different individual ways. And yes, in fact, discover a whole new world, as one of the speakers told us. Anyway, generally, I think that's all I want to say, except, yes, very important, everyone's level of English was excellent. Really, I really mean it. I was so impressed. Your English is excellent, everyone. And I, as a native speaker of actually standard British English, as you probably realize, I tend to be a little strict because I love helping my students with intonation and, of course, pronunciation, but intonation is so important. But everyone did so well this year. And online, I think you're all great. I was very moved I have been very moved by the whole occasion. I still am. Thank you so much. Many congratulations to you all. Sorry, I've gone well over my 1 minute. Anyway, thank you so much, everyone. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kano. Next, Ms. Kobayashi will give us some general comments. Ms. Kobayashi, please.
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. Hi. It's been a long day, isn't it? Are you tired? but I want to see your smiling faces now. Great. Okay. First of all, I'd like to acknowledge all the ESS Club members of Meiji University for your hard work putting this online speech contest together. And you had a great, I thought it was a theme, but concept. Voyager, that's wonderful. And I especially enjoy the opening movie. Whoever made that, he is a, or she or he, they are professionals. I'd like to give them a big hand. Thank you, that was wonderful. And send out your record out now. So today, all of you sent out your record. So it's your new Explorer. Okay, so today, now the speakers, I'd like to, I have two things to share with you. The first one is speak clearly and distinctly, okay? As we already know, this is a speech contest. It is not the written speech contest. So you have to convey your message with your voice through microphone. And many of your speeches, many of your audience have never read your script, or maybe this is today was their first time listening to your speech. So it is very important for you to speak clearly and distinctly so that you don't lose your audience. Like Tamura-san said, our attention span is only 1 minute, okay? And the second one is choose your words carefully. What I mean by choose your words carefully is sometimes you tend to use little difficult words which that your college friends wouldn't understand. And if there is one difficult word comes in your speech, we will stop and think, what was the word? And then you will easily lose your audience. So it's much more important to be understood than impress us with the difficult words or phraseology. So please remember that. And again, the goal is for your audience, the goal is for your audience to understand every word you have to say. So speak clearly and distinctly and make sure your English is easy to follow. Thank you very much. And even though you're not placed in the top 3 today, don't be discouraged because you all did a great job today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kobayashi. Finally, Ms. Kakuta will give us some general comments. Ms. Kakuta, please.
Okay, hello everyone. I hope you all can hear me. First of all, thank you for having me as a judge today. I have attended Mikami Cup when I was a college student as a speaker and also as a judge a few times. And I'm always in awe of how well it's organized, first of all, and also how high level all the speakers are. I was in awe today as well. So thank you for the experience of today. And second of all, today, it was a challenge for me as well as a judge because it was my first time to judge online English contest. And I was very worried in a way. And as Mr. Tamura said, there are some points that online is different than offline. But on the other hand, I realized that concerning content, nothing changes, even though if it's online or offline. For example, everyone's topics they choose, I understand it's important for the speakers, but you need to explain why it is important to the audience as is in society as well. And you have to tell us that in a concrete evidence as well. And for example, what is the actual harm of your topic? What is the problem? Not only you,
but what is the harm is it? What harm does it affect to the society as well? You need to tell us that. And it is really important to explain to us with concrete evidence and proof the harm and effect, and also the solutions that you tell us. How is it relevant? How does it work to relieve the harm that you explained in your speech? And if you have time, it'll be nice if you can state the objections of the counter arguments that you may get during the Q&A, because a lot of you gave us very good explanation during the QA, but I also thought that it was better if you can explain that during your speech. Then no one will need to ask you the same thing during the Q&A, and you can use the Q&A session a little bit more effectively. So that's that. So that's my common message for all the speakers and also the audiences today on YouTube today. And for each and every one of the speakers individually, I would like to talk after this. So thank you very much. That'll be all.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kakuta. Before I announce the winners, I'd like to introduce today's prizes. From first prize winner to third prize winner will receive the following prizes: trophy, certificate, and a free choice of activities from Meiji University ESS. Ladies and gentlemen, the most exciting time has come. I'd like to announce the winners of today's contest. I'd like to announce the third prize. The third prize goes to Ms. Ako Inoue from Tsuda University.
Certificate. This is to certify that Ms. Ako Inoue has been awarded the third prize for the 78th Annual All Japan Intercollegiate English Oratorical Contest for the Mikami Cup, held on October 24th in 2020. Sponsored by Meiji University ESS. Judges' signatures.
A free choice of basic activities from Meiji University ESS. Trophy from Meiji University ESS. Congratulations, Ms. Inoue. I'd like to announce the second prize. The second prize goes to Ms. Mizushi.
Certificate. This is to certify that Ms. Mizushi Akiyama has been awarded the second prize for the 78th Annual All Japan Intercollegiate English Oratorical Contest for the Mikami Cup, held on October 24th in 2020. Sponsored by Meiji University ESS. Judges' signatures.
A free choice of special activities from Meiji University. Trophy from Meiji University ESS. Congratulations, Ms. Akiyama. Now, it is my great pleasure to announce the first prize of the 78th Annual All Japan Intercollegiate English Oratorical Contest for the Mikami Cup. The first prize goes to Mr. Tenfu Matsushita from University of Tokyo.
Certificate. This is to certify that Mr. Tenfu Matsushita has been awarded the first prize for the 78th Annual All Japan Intercollegiate English Oratorical Contest for the Mikami Cup, held on October 24th in 2020. Sponsored by Meiji University ESS. Judges' signatures.
A free choice of gorgeous activities from Meiji University ESS. Trophy from Meiji University ESS. Congratulations, Mr. Matsushita. Congratulations, winners. Next, we would like to hear some comments from the first prize winner. Mr. Matsushita, please.
Sure. So thank you, the Master of Ceremonies and distinguished judges and all the audiences and all the speakers. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm so glad to have win the first prize, and I really want to show my deepest gratitude, and also I want to really apologize for the organizers, since this morning, because of the construction in my dormitory, I couldn't use the Wi-Fi in the morning, and so I had to change the orders. So I'm so sorry about that, and yeah, I'm really glad to have this opportunity for giving speeches. And yes, this speech is one of my best speech for my speaker life. So I was really I could really enjoy to do all the speeches today. So thank you so much, and yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you and congratulations, Mr. Matsushita. We have a special closing movie. Please enjoy.
Night is cold, but your heart's colder. I will wait for you. The glitch in your eyes pulled me under, but I will wait for you. There's nothing left for me to do than run and act myself a fool. No point in trusting.
Finally, I'd like to welcome today's last person. The closing address will be presented by Ms. Hinano Kimura. She is the executive chairperson of the 78th Mikami Cup. Ms. Kimura, please.
Thank you, Master of Ceremony and distinguished judges. Hello, everyone. Thank you for coming to the 78th Mikami Cup. It is my great pleasure and honor to send a message as the executive chairperson. I'd like to express my deepest gratitude from the bottom of my heart to all of you who supported us to hold this contest. Voyager, send out your record now. This is the concept of this contest. Voyager is an unmanned space probe that was launched in 1977 and continues to fly. This is called a space probe in the true sense to discover the unknown. Voyager carries the golden record from the desire to be found and broken the code by the unknown. It is apparent that speech cannot exist without the audience. Speakers' thoughts, ideas, and feelings are not just simple claims. When the speech is delivered to the audience and moves their hearts, that is when the speech's goal is achieved. In other words, the speaker's golden record has been sent to the audience. I hope that everyone related to speeches continues to seek the unknown and speech activity. We are all so sorry for not being able to hold this contest offline from this tournament, from this elimination until today. Although it was delightful that we managed to hold this contest online due to this situation. Speakers, thank you for your nice, wonderful speeches. We received your attractive records. Judges, in spite of your tight schedule, thank you for your cooperation. Although it was an extraordinary situation, I greatly appreciate your flexibility support. Organizers, thanks so much for cooperating with the unreliable executive chairperson. Without your support, I couldn't hold this contest. There is a wide difference between reality and ideal we had, but I see it was meaningful to hold this Mikami Cup. Thank you for listening.
I'd like to conclude the 78th Annual All-Japan Intercollegiate English Oratorical Contest for the Mikami Cup. Thank you for being with us today. We are looking forward to seeing you again at the 79th Annual All Japan Inter-College English Oratorical Contest for the Mikami Cup.